Ascolto. Start. Get online.
So you share
The first presentation is yours.
here.
Okay, I share the presentation.
And how do you change with the roll? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
With mouse or
Okay. Thank you, Professor Theodora, for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. Um, I am going. Can we close the door, please?
This height, Hilton height, because we see
You always say the the details are not useful. Okay. So beginning this session, I'm going to talk about joint work that was done by Natalia Tsigarda, Professor Anastasia Strategia, and me. And we tried to develop a tool for assessing and monitor environmental impacts caused from tourism activity, specifically in places like small Mediterranean islands. Why Mediterranean? Because Mediterranean is a hotspot of tourism activity, and according to European statistics, 40% of European tourists visited Mediterranean basin in 2019. Before COVID, we have those numbers. Why an island? Because an island has specific borders, and unfortunately, and fortunately, this has it's a double arrow theme. The attractiveness, the tourism attractiveness, relies on the quality of natural and cultural resources. We have to plan. Why? There is a Greek saying says that if you don't have a target, you will definitely succeed to achieve it. So if you don't know where you want to go, every path can take you there. We cannot have a smart, we cannot have a sustainable, we cannot have a resilient place or town or an island if we don't have the appropriate planning at first and monitoring of the planning and assess its progress. What is the ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is sustainability, and we focus on environmental dimensions of sustainability. In the policy agenda, the sustainability is a moving target. Why? Because we have all those social, economic, and physical hot issues like globalization, resource depletion, urbanization, last year's health crisis like COVID-19, climate change, refugee crisis, etc. Sustainability is a target and a goal in planning. Almost happens the half of a century. We begin with Stockholm 1972, where it happened the first talk for protecting the environment in planning. And then it was followed by a Brundtland report 1987. Very important is the local agenda 21 in 92, where for the first time the local characteristics were important in that agenda. Then we have the Rio in 2012. And the term of resiliency, let's say it's the evolution of sustainability. The nowadays policy for sustainability is the UN Agenda 2030. We need to find the balance between the three pillars of sustainability. We have to put the limits, but until when? Because planning for sustainability is a vague concept with different understanding and meanings and interpretations from different scientific paths. So everybody in our planning agrees that we have to plan for sustainable places, low carbon places, green and eco places, livable and resilient places. Specifically, sustainable tourist development needs also a definition. Why? Because tourism is a rapidly evolving and highly resource intensive industry. So let's say a general definition by the World Tourism Organization is the development of the tourism sector that responds to the needs of host communities and ensures changes and opportunities. Here we have a parallelism with dandelion, something taken from the nature. So the dandelion, we say that can represent the planet Earth, a planet where the people travel as a seed in a sustainable and responsible way. So the need for developing a model for sustainable tourism that takes full account of the current and future state of the environment, the social and the economic reality, and also address the needs of the local community, it's very important. The three dimensions of sustainability, we can say in a few words that are described as environmental sustainability promotes a tourism model that is compatible and endorses ecological processes. Social sustainability supports a tourism model that is in alignment with the reinforces communities' traditional principles, and cultural sustainability ensures a tourist model that respects communities' cultural values. It's very important in order not to overcome the carrying capacity of the place or the island under investigation. As I mentioned before, the general policy in the international level for sustainability is covered by the Agenda 2030 and specifically the three Sustainable Development Goals, the 8, 12, and 14. They refer very detailed things about tourism development and sustainable tourism development. And they refer the SDG 8 and the SDG 12. They refer that we need a sustainable tourism and we have to plan and to develop tools in order to increase jobs and to promote local goods and local values. The SDG 14 has a specific reference in small developing and developed islands that increase the economic value and benefits from tourism development. And now, this is a very simple model of our work. We tried to assess tourism environmental sustainability. This is a combined work. We combined a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach includes a well-established indicator system in international and European level, such as UN WTO indicator system and ETIS, this is the European indicator system, environmental oriented. We chose the categories and the subcategories and the related indicators to that direction. And then we did a downscaling in Mediterranean islands, taking into consideration the local peculiarities, natural and man-made environment of those places. And the bottom-up approach took into consideration specific environmental assets that are vulnerable and fragile, and that impacted more from environmental tourism, from tourism activity. So we have the top-down approach, the two systems. From bottom-up, we took the internal info for the special characteristics and impacts from the island, and then we took at first these 50 indicators list, which refer to in Mediterranean islands in general. And we see here the categories and the subcategories that came up from the enrichment of those two well-established systems, UN, WTO, and ETIS. The categories refer to sustaining and cultural assets, as you can see, managing scarce natural resources. Themes refer to limiting environmental impacts from tourism activity, protection of valuable natural assets, and actions for controlling tourism activities. At the last column, you see the source of each subcategory, and behind subcategory, we have a number of indicators, 50 indicators. Here, it's the bottom-up approach. In the two first columns, we see the fields and the impacts from tourism activity. So environmental aspects of quality of life, infrastructure, resources, natural and built environment, tried to link with the subcategories of the top-down approach, which came up from the two indicator systems. And the implementation of that result took place in Zakynthos Island. Zakynthos Island is a Greek touristic island situated in the west part of Greece in the Ionian Sea. It has 40,000 inhabitants, and the main activities there are agriculture and tourism. So we took into consideration all the special characteristics of that island, and then we went to the main list, and we saw where is the data availability, and we tried to measure in a qualitative way, because we didn't have a lot of information in order to make quantitative work. So we have, let's say, a qualitative assessment of the tourism and environmental sustainability of Zakynthos Island. Here are some data that are mapped. We see the natural resource and cultural resources of Zakynthos Island. We have a well-known national marine park there that protects the turtle Caretta caretta. Maybe you've heard about it. The second map, we have the polarized pattern. We see that the development follows the location and the distribution of the assets. And in the third map, we see what is the availability of touristic infrastructure of the island. The result, this is the resulting table. We see finally we kept 21 indicators from the 50 totally in the first in our first downscaling, and the results are one is scored the high and the best performance, and the number 3 represents the lowest one. So we see in general that Zakynthos Island is in a good condition and with a highly risk potential, especially in the managing scars of natural resources. The worst score here was in solid waste management. Uh, Concluding, we we saw that the tourism environmental sustainable approach can be a useful and easy to use tool that combines well-established and tourism indicator systems and takes into consideration local specificities and highlights particular conditions for fragility and of natural resources of its specific island under study. Also, TESS can provide, if we have the necessary data, and these are available, we can put the thresholds, the upper and the lower limit, in order to have more accurate and quantitative information. Also, TESS assessment can fit relevant proactive and reactive policy interventions in order to fill the gap that we have from the nature mistreating. In general, sustainable development calls now for a place-based and planning approach that seeks to achieve consensus and well-documented and vision-driven future and states and related policy action for their implementation. Tourism, as a major level for islands development, can make a significant contribution to all three sustainable development pillars and needs also to commit all this sustainability journey. So, what is the overall of this work is that we still have the need for a relevant planning, for assessing, for monitoring with tools that are easy to use and more simple to understand and to give the directions that we have to take into consideration for our policy strategies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation, activity. We're ready for questions. Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. Sorry, maybe I missed something, but I would like to know if you have planned what is the role of the little municipalities in the part of the project. It is difficult, sorry, to make little municipalities proactive actors in this project.
Why it's difficult, you think?
No, I know. For example, in Sardinia, we experimented difficulties in this sense. So I don't know if in your
yes, I understand. The difficultness, I think, emphasizes in the given data. So the databases are mostly in prefecture level and some of them in municipalities, but in smaller communities, we don't have the relative information in order to give the feedback and to have a specific result. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question?
I have a question, but it was already explained because we tried to somehow measure the impact of tourism on the locality. I'm from Slovakia and we have this ski resort there. It's quite big in national parks and they quite a lot influence the territory and they spread and we try to measure how is the balance between the tourism and so on. And we had a quite good data on regional level, but we don't have data on local level. And these reserves usually are one municipality or supposed to be. My question was how you are with this in your case, but probably the situation is the same.
We also have this, we try, for example, now we are in a research in order to see the current capacity of natural protected areas, and especially a place in Messinia. And we have the total numbers of the arrivals and the overnights, but we don't have the specific numbers of that place and the visitors. And this is a common difficulty that we have, unfortunately, in that sectors. We have to check also the comments of the virtual room, I think.
Yeah. No.
The message, no.
No.
Message. Okay.
So we can move to the next presentation, entitled Recycling of PICS Posidonia oceanica in the construction sector. Giovanna and Luisa.
Okay. You can start with the floor is yours.
Col mouse.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'm Giovanna. I'm a structural engineer, and I'm going to talk about a very specific topic that is somehow related to the previous presentation and in general to sustainable development. My co-author, Luisa, she's there. So I'm going to present a research that aims to address the problem of how manage the beached Posidonia oceanica. Posidonia oceanica, beached Posidonia oceanica affects large coastal areas of our islands, but not only of the islands. And this can be a problem for the tourist use of the beaches of the coastal areas. In our research, we studied the regulatory framework and also we review the research project concerning the possible reuse and recycling of this vegetable mass in different production sectors and specifically in the construction sector. So mainly this is a review of the state of the art, but also linked with future research. As you know, Posidonia oceanica is a plant. Thank you. Posidonia oceanica is a plant that has a lot of positive effects on the environment. Posidonia oceanica give rise to meadows, and meadows protect biodiversity, absorb carbon dioxide, produce oxygen, stabilize the seabed, prevent coastal and seabed erosion. So Posidonia oceanica is a plant to be preserved, obviously. Okay. In this slide, you can see the distribution of the meadows of Posidonia oceanica in a part of the Mediterranean basin. The red color represents the areas where the probability of occurrence of the formation of Posidonia oceanica meadows is higher. This is our island, Sardinia. We came from Cagliari. Cagliari is in the south of the island, and
In this focus, you can see the distribution of the meadows of Posidonia oceanica in our coastal areas, and here is the distribution in Greek coastal areas. The picture is small, but you can get a larger picture following this link. This is a European Union page. So this is a problem that interests a very large part of our coasts. So despite the positive effects of the Posidonia oceanica meadows on the environments, Posidonia oceanica is a plant, so it is subject to exfoliation, and the leaves can create large deposits on the coastal areas. These deposits are called banquette, and the banquette negatively affects the tourist use of the beaches, of course. Why? Because they can they can make floating residues in the sea. They can entrap trash inside, and they can create bad smell due to the decomposition of the leaves. So the presence of the banquettes can cause the decrease in the tourist value of the beach. This is a big problem. And the researchers and also some far-sighted entrepreneurs are studying the possibility to reuse or recycle the beach Posidonia oceanica, so the banquettes, in other productive sector. But there are some problems. Why? Because, as I previously said, beach Posidonia oceanica is protected by a regulatory framework. From a European level, the meadows of the Posidonia oceanica are classified as priority habitat types, whose conservation requires special care and special attention. Each country can implement its regulation under the umbrella of the European directives. So, for example, in Italy, the municipality are allowed, in order of priority, to maintain the banquette on site. Especially in areas where the erosion is accentuated. Or second possibility, to move the banquette to other coastal areas, maybe secluded areas particularly exposed to erosion, without the use of heavy machinery, and this is not easy to be performed. Third option, bury the banquettes on site without any transport or any treatment. And finally, move away the banquette to landfills. And in this case, the Posidonia oceanica is classified as waste, urban waste. So currently, if the Posidonia oceanica is moved away from the coastal areas, cannot be used in any productive sector except for the sector of soil improvement and so on. There is another possibility, and the Posidonia oceanica can be moved away from the coastal areas, and can be moved to innovative waste management plants that uses innovative washing technologies that allow to separate the vegetable fraction, so the Posidonia oceanica, from the sand included in the banquette and from the waste, plastic, microplastic, and so on. So it is interesting to note that the coastal banquette, are composed for a percentage that range from 40 to 70 of sand, from 5 to 7% of waste, and the other percentage, so from 20 to 50% from Posidonia oceanica. So there is a lot of sand, and this is a problem. So the remove of the banquette from the beach currently is a problem. But if this innovative technique is used, there is the possibility to separate the sand, replace the sand on the original beach, and then use the Posidonia oceanica, so the vegetal fraction, for other possible use. I would like to underline that currently the only allowed use is to produce soil improver. Okay, so this is the point. This is the crucial point. We analyzed the state of the art concerning project for the possible reuse of beached Posidonia oceanica in different sectors at the European level. For example, in Spain, we found two projects, the Sea Matter and the Life Reusing Posidonia projects, that try to use the Posidonia oceanica in the building sector as a component of building elements for insulating purposes. Also, we found that in Greece there is a company, I don't know what is the correct pronunciation, I think FI, but I'm not sure. This company created a board, a flat panel made from the leaves of the beached Posidonia oceanica, mixed with biological resins, and this panel find several applications in different industries. For example, furniture, accessory, also glasses, packaging, interior decoration, and so on. In Italy, there are many projects related to the possible reuse of beached Posidonia oceanica. For example, Medonia, Stratus, and Bargain tried to use the material to create multifunctional structures and padding for beach furniture. And at the end of the summer season, the material can be replaced in the beach. So, and in this way, it is still able to perform the function of anti-erosion bar and so on. The project, Respect Your Capital, used the innovative washing procedure to separate from each other the different components of the banquette. And in this case, the vegetable fraction was used as a soil improver. Finally, another project, Beached PO from Problem to Resource, analyzed several properties of the Posidonia oceanica from the chemical, the ecotoxicological point of view, with the aim to explore different hypotheses of reuse. Besides the soil amendments, for example, phytocosmetic, medicinal, pharmaceutical application, engineering application, and so on. Finally, we review the state of the art of the last 10 years, specifically related to the possible recycling of this material in the building sector. We found 20 scientific papers, more or less, and we studied the treatments that the material underwent before its reuse, the type of products manufactured with the Posidonia oceanica, and the tests for characterize these products with the aim of using them in the construction sector. So concerning the treatments, we found that net of little differences, all the scientific papers use these phases of the treatments: washing, drying, crushing, and sieving of the material. And this is the final product, so the fibers of Posidonia oceanica. In many cases, mainly when the product is used in with cement or lime mortar, the product underwent a cycle of soak in sodium hydroxide solution to prevent problems in alkaline environment. The manufactured products, the scientific literature provides various products that can be grouped in 4 classes mainly. Composites, flat elements, for example, sheets, panel, boards, made with inside Posidonia oceanica, and biological components or synthetic components, resins, or prismatic laboratory specimen, made with Posidonia oceanica and biocomponents or synthetic components, or prismatic laboratory specimen made with Posidonia oceanica plus cement, lime mortar components. In one case, we found that the material was used as loose fill material. Finally, the tests performed to characterize these products, they are mainly mechanical tests and thermophysical tests. And the aim of this test was to characterize the material, for example, to characterize the performance of the material when used in building components, so in the construction sector. For example, the main parameters analyzed were the strength, the stiffness of the material, but also physical properties such as density, moisture contents, and so on, and thermic properties such as conductivity, diffusivity, and so on. The results, and I'm going to conclude, the main result is that from the review of the state of the art, Bicid Posidonia oceanica is suitable to produce composite element for the building sector, which have increased physical mechanical properties in general. They can be used as insulating materials, but also as reinforcing materials, because the fibers of Posidonia oceanica have the ability to bridge the cracks. The problem is the regulatory framework. As I previously said, now Bicid Posidonia oceanica is classified as urban waste, so it can't be used in any sector. So at a regularity level, it is necessary to clarify that the material can be used as a raw material, a natural raw material for the construction sector, so for production purposes. The general conclusions of our study is that there are a lot of opportunities concerning the reuse of the Bicid Posidonia oceanica in the building sector. Mainly if the Posidonia oceanica is used as a component of cementitious buildings, cement-based building material, we found that Posidonia oceanica increased the performance of the material both in the fresh state, both when we talk about durability and ductility of the materials. The problem is that there is the need to intervene at the regularity level. The state of the art at the moment is still not organic, but of course it highlights that the material can be valued for manufacturing composites. The point is that the legislation should classify the Posidonia oceanica leached for natural causes not as waste, but as natural raw material. And this would be an opportunity to reconcile the need to protect coastal environment, because the meadows are very positive for the environment, with the need of tourist valorization. So the tourist and economic point of view is to be considered. Based on these results, our future research is aimed to start an experimental program to apply the innovative washing machine technique to separate the sand, the Posidonia oceanica and the waste, and to use the Posidonia oceanica for the production of cement-based building elements in Sardinia. Sardinia is an island, so we need policies to boost sustainable development, circular economy, and self-independency of our economy. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Giovanna and Luisa. The subject was very interesting and very challenging for the planning process. So we are ready for questions. Yes, please.
Thank you for this very interesting
Thank
topic and bringing new ideas about what could happen to material. But my concern is because I think that the Positonians are very valuable for the ecosystem, and you also mentioned the coastal erosion impact they would have, the removal of this material from the environment. Maybe if we start using it in the construction sector, maybe there will be increased demand for this. There will be demand for increased quantities of this material. So maybe there is really a conflict, because it seems that it would help in the
Yes.
It has some qualities that are very interesting, but it's also part of the fragile coastal ecosystem.
Yes.
So how can we put this thing together?
Thank you for your question. You touched a very crucial point, and I have no answer. What I can say is that at the moment there are different points of view from, for example, the biologists that of course think that the banquet have to be had to remain in the beaches, so they should remain on site. But at the same time, sustainability involves not only the environmental aspect, but also the social and the economic aspect. For example, for islands as Sardinia, whose economies is based on the tourist valorization of the coastal areas, also this issue must be addressed. But I don't have the answer. This is the point, of course.
That's a clear example of different interpretation.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, what is sustainable for a biologist is not the same for somebody who wants to have an enterprise. But I think that both sides have right, but you have to take
A meeting point.
The middle point. The middle
Yes.
point. What does it mean? You will find what is the quantity that
Sure.
should stay and the
Sure.
quantity that we should take in order to develop
Yes.
small enterprises and to develop the local economy. That's why we need a strategic planning for that.
It's not easy, but this is
It's
the
not
way.
easy.
This is
Of
the
course
way.
it's not easy, because if it was easy, you should have been done.
Yes.
Yes.
And you have the asset.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Yes, despite the regulatory framework,
Mhm.
the conflict regulatory framework, according to your first research on material properties, this material could be eligible for the net zero emission buildings.
Okay, the research is at the beginning, so it's not possible to give you a complete answer. But my opinion is that yes, 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 this could be one of the possibility of using natural materials. So, for example, wood, sheep's wool, and so on, in the construction sector, with the aim of reaching the goal of the net zero building. So my answer is yes, but it's my opinion. Okay, I think that this is the way. Of course. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let's move to the third one. Over-tourism as an emerging threat for sustainable island communities, exploring indicative examples from South Aegean region, Greece, Apostolos, Anastasia. Thank you.
Is this
Yes.
yeah.
So, good morning to everyone. I will be presenting a work I co-author with Professor Anastasia Strategidze and Professor Iota Thodara. And the topic here is over-tourism, which we consider to be an accelerating and emerging threat for sustainable island communities. So it's also related to the topics we are already discussing until now in this session. We have chosen to explore some indicative examples from 3 case study islands in South Aegean region, and to develop a first methodological approach towards what exactly is over-tourism, how can we handle this issue, and what are the major threats, an analysis based on a set of indicators trying to identify the pressures posed on these island communities. So, first of all, we could say that over-tourism is an old problem, but it's relatively new term that has been recently introduced in the academic and policy discourse. So there are many definitions of over-tourism, highlighting different perspectives. Here you can see in the slide 3 representative definitions. For example, we can see that over-tourism is related to destinations in which both locals and visitors are suffering from place overcrowding. We have an accelerating growth of tourism supply and demand, and this is related to an excessive use of natural assets, destruction of cultural capital, and severe socio-economic impacts. Also, we speak about situations where carrying capacity thresholds have been exceeded, and there is an alarming situation about what is happening in the destination based on a mass tourism development model. These are usually mentioned impacts of over-tourism that could eventually lead to the stagnation or decline of the destination. So this is why locations where are very, very favorable and attract many visitors face the risk of this thing turning to the other, turning against them actually, because there
There is no strategic planning, there is no spatial planning appropriate to handle these pressures. So at the end, all this is reversed to stagnation and decline of the destination and degradation of tourism, satisfaction and experience. A very characteristic example of over-tourism case in Greece is the case of Mykonos. So we could speak about a Mykonization effect in the sense that other islands could take this path, which is an unsustainable path, turning into Mykonos. What does it mean? It means that if we have excessive construction in ex-urban areas without proper spatial planning regulation, we could have an irreversible landscape and environmental degradation. Loss of the authenticity of the place, aesthetic degradation, and eventually, let's say, a destruction of the qualities in terms of natural beauty, also traditional architecture and other cultural assets of the island. So this is what is actually happening here in Mykonos. You could see more data about Mykonos in the case study analysis. We chose to focus on Mediterranean islands, of course, because they are fragile and geographically confined. They attract high numbers of visitors, and this is an accelerating trend, as the data show. Usually, they refer to small-sized communities with a limited number of permanent residents, so they are not resilient to what is happening during the summer period, for example. And tourism facilities and infrastructure consume valuable amount of land. So we have identified our research target to illuminate over-tourism risk on 3 characteristic insular case studies in South Aegean region. Namely, it's Mykonos, the Paros-Antiparos complex, and Kos Nisiros. First of all, we have gone through literature to find some usually applied over-tourism indicators. We have classified them into different categories. For example, those used to assess over-tourism trends by, for example, counting the tourism density or intensity, or dividing the number of tourism arrivals to the area of an island or its local population. Other categories try to quantify vulnerability to over-tourism, how vulnerable is the allocation to over-tourism in terms of its size, population, its location, the way the local and regional power operates. We also have identified indirect over-tourism measures, and the final category, which is very important, and we placed a focus in our work to this, is the territorial aspects of tourism. So how tourism is distributed in a territory in terms of tourism accommodation density, build-up areas, development, etc. Another important issue we chose to involve in our work is the role of Airbnb. We believe that it is an enabler that largely accelerates risk to over-tourism. It is regarded as a non-institutionalized form of tourism accommodation and leading to a massive proliferation of small-scale and privately owned properties. So there is more spread of tourism accommodation towards all the villages of an island, for example, all the locations where we have previously local residents or houses. This is the basic steps of our methodological approach. So we use some indicators to evaluate tourism demand and tourism supply in our case study areas. And in terms of the territorial implications, we chose to examine tourism accommodation in terms of hotel and Airbnb distribution in the islands area, and also the distribution of the built environment, which is directly related to urban sprawl problem and coastalization processes. So after selecting indicators we believe that could help us to identify this problem, also pending on data availability, of course, we proceeded with an elaboration and visualization of those data to assess actually the risk to over-tourism in our case study areas. These are our main data sources. We extracted data from the Institute of Greek Tourism Confederation for period 2011-2021. Data from the Inside Airbnb platform, data from the National Statistical Service of Greece, and last but not least, data from the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service related to the previous built-up database of 2018, including binary information of built and non-built areas for the EU. Here in this table, you can see our selection of indicators estimated in the case study areas. And I will proceed to present here the 3 case studies. We chose them because they are highly acknowledged destinations at the regional, national, and international level. So it's Mykonos, as I said, Paros and Diparos. We chose to examine together these 2 islands due to their proximity and due to data availability. We had the arrivals data for both islands and not on a separate level. And also the Kos Nisyros complex, which are 2 interdependent islands. Nisyros is a smaller one, Kos is a mass tourism big island of Greece, well known and popular international destination. So all these islands include dispose rich natural cultural resources. Precisely, Paros and Mykonos, since decades in Greece, have been institutionalized as landscapes of outstanding natural beauty. Now, this is a really contrasting term to use in the case of Mykonos because I don't know if any of you have visited Mykonos, but there is not much left of this outstanding natural beauty in Mykonos. All these islands contain a great variety of natural, cultural, and archaeological zones that are set under protection status. So here I will present 3 representative slides containing some basic info about those case study areas. You can see here in this map how the urban sprawl encroaches in agricultural and forest or natural land of Mykonos, consuming all these important agricultural and natural areas, and based on a grand failure of the spatial planning system we have tried to use in Greece. As we say in Greece, spatial planning, the implementation of spatial planning has many problems to proceed. It takes many years to cope with the problems. So usually it comes after a problem has evolved. That is again the case of Mykonos, which is now considered to be in a situation of an alarming problem. There is a temporary banning of new building permits for tourism facilities until a new special urban plan is completed, which is currently in progress. It's maybe the last chance for Mykonos to proceed with some strict regulations and to provide some land use regulation measures to handle the land use conflicts that have taken place during the past decades. You can see here a similar slide for Paros and Diparos. Paros faces a risk of turning into the new Mykonos, as we say. There is a concern of the local community that if they continue towards this over-tourism path, they will be faced with the negative results of mass tourism development model that Mykonos is already facing. So there is a great concern of what will happen to our island. And we have a general urban plan adopted in 2012. There is an effort here to identify different types of natural protection zones and specify regulatory measures regarding tourism facilities and vacation housing in the overcrowded coastal path. However, demand for new construction in Paros continues, and it's very the economic dimension of this process is really strong. Kos eventually is a well-known mass tourism island. It is notable that 85% of its employment is classified in the tertiary sector, is related to tourism. So almost all the island depends on tourism for its economy. And similar problems there for spatial planning, which is up to now fragmented and incomplete, covering only certain zones of the island. Here we can see the evolution of the overnight stays as estimated in thousands in the period 2011-2021. We can see here the characteristic drop of overnight stays as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. However, as we say now, after two or 3 years, there is a clear rebound of these losses and even exceeding the 2019 levels. If we imagine a projection of this curve to the future, we need to assess what will happen in these relatively small islands if these pressures and arrivals continue to grow. How can we account for this issue? Indicators we have selected in our methodology are report the results of our indicators are reported in this slide. I move on to a comparison between the case studies. Here you can see the distribution of Airbnb and hotel facilities and guest house facilities in the island's territories. These maps are created in the same scale, so you can compare also the sizes of these islands. Mykonos is relatively small in comparison to Paros and Kos. So about 42% of the island's territory is already affected by structures. In Paros, we identified a dense coastal ring surrounding the whole island, leaving the interior, which is semi-mountainous areas and also a Natura 2000 area there. It's up to now intact. However, the coastal zone, the pressure posed on the coastal zone is extremely high. On the other hand, in the Kos case, we identified a more concentrated development of large-scale tourism facilities in specific spots of the island, and there is a chance for Kos if an integrated spatial planning and strategic development model is put in place now to handle some over-tourism issues in the future. A similar series of maps here, but this time mapping the built-up density. Low-density development, which is directly related to urban sprawl, is this color here, the orange color, low-density development, and in our case study areas account for most of 50% of total development. So we have a clear dispersion and fragmentation of built-up areas located in ex-urban space outside of the settlement plans in agricultural and natural land as well as coastal territories. So by comparing the indicators we have obtained for these case study areas, we could say that Mykonos is a prominent example of over-tourism. And there is a considerable increase in arrivals and overnight stays in the 2010-2019 period. The expansion of built-up environment affects over 40% of the island, mainly in the form of low-density development. And it is the island that scores really high in the indicators where we compare the visitors per island surface and also the visitors per local population. Paros and Iparos appears to be in a transitional state towards over-tourism. It displays a considerable and over 100% increase in tourism demand during the past decade, and pressures exerted on the natural and cultural environment are expected to accelerate in the near future. Finally, Kos Nisyros complex is identified as an intermediate case between the other two islands, Mykonos and Paros and Iparos complex. Our data shows that only a minor part of the island's area is up to now affected by built-up structure. However, it scores really high in terms of visitors per surface of the island because it's a well-known mass tourism development island with important international arrivals based on its the accessibility it has due to the airport and charter flights. So our conclusions are that over-tourism is an alarming problem in the Southern Aegean region as well as the Mediterranean as a whole. So we need to assess and monitor in a systematic and data-driven, data-enabled manner the issue of over-tourism. We need to go on with place-based and human-centric policy decisions and also provide multi-level integrated territorial governance to handle this complex issue. I would like to close this presentation by highlighting and specifically mentioning the important role of spatial planning. It's really important that if we take up measures to provide regulatory tools and handle land use conflicts, we could relieve pressures exerted on natural and cultural assets and put some constraints and boundaries against what is taking place in these territories. But as you can see, I have collected here a series of beautiful images. These are specific locations in Crete, Paros, Chios, Corfu, Kea, and Skiathos Islands in Greece. These are all areas of outstanding natural and landscape beauty, most of them located within protected areas, Natura 2000 network or forest land and other areas prioritized for biodiversity conservation. But what is happening? All these locations, the specific landscapes you can see in this slide are selected, were candidate and were selected eventually for future large-scale mass tourism project based on fast-track processes. And the Greek government has already licensed this large-scale mass tourism project in exactly these locations. We speak about tens of thousands of built-up facilities for tourism development. So, in my opinion, this raises a clear question. What do we do with the powerful tool of spatial planning we possess? If we use it towards the right direction, we can solve the problem. If we use it in an, let's say, unclear dimension, without knowing what is the priority to protect, then maybe over-tourism will be not just a specific case, for example, for islands like Mykonos or Santorini, well known in literature, but maybe most of the Greek islands and coastal territories will be faced with over-tourism problems and signs. So, thank you, and I'm waiting for questions.
You said a talented question.
Yeah.
I didn't have an answer. There are questions. We're waiting for questions. No? So, Yulia, are you ready? Okay.
Can I ask if everyone is okay with the temperature?
Yes, tell you, right, the most, let's see, silence, right? Right. You can hear, right? That's excellent. The international comparison of landscape value mapping on linguistic expressions of islands, right? We're ready to hear you. Thank you very much.
You are coming.
Yeah. So hello everyone. My name is Yu Mei. I'm from the University of Groningen. I specialize in economic geography, and my project is about island tourism and also about sustainable tourism and for the development of innovation studies. So my research starts from landscape research, landscape studies. Considering landscape is a very complicated word. It's mainly about human landscape interactions and further developed into a landscape value mapping because it's about how people perceive the landscape, how people value the landscape, and eventually how people would like to express their appreciation to that landscape. So from the perspective of urban planning, it concerns the decision-making processes in landscape management and also about spatial planning. So you know people who have different perspectives because they're different stakeholders. In the research, also from the previous presentations, we always conduct research in mixed methods. The quantitative one mainly from the questionnaire, so you can do the analysis from the data, and also public participatory GIS, which concerns the geospatial data. And also for qualitative research, which concerns the workshop and interviews and all these verbal expressions and also their participatory, their real actions. And one research gap lies in the international context. First of all, the language barrier. I think many people struggle a lot in pronouncing my name. Well, Korean people also do. And if you want to do the international comparison between islands, you need to consider the local context. And if, as an international researcher, you want to conduct a research on a specific island, you need to contact the gatekeeper. And the information you gather, there might be some research gap. So eventually, there lacks the in-depth comparison. So for my research, I want to develop a protocol that balances quantitative and qualitative indicators. And also I want to conduct empirical studies of international comparison. So for the theoretical framework, it is in general from Zub's theories, but you know it's pretty old. So he concluded 4 paradigm. First, the expert paradigm, which is differs much from the second one, because the first limits on the perception by the experts. So it's kind of elite. It's not what we want right now, because right now we ask for democracy and bottom-up approach. We need more public participation. And the second one means those perceived by the general public or the selected population. The selection here means to select people scientifically so they can present the voice of the public. And the third one concerns much about the social cultural meaning of associated with landscape or landscape properties. So it's about how much you own of that landscape. It can be your property, but it can also be your connections there. And the final one is about their experiential paradigm. The human landscape interaction is about what happens there, what happened to you, and how you value the experience you did there. So in my research, the model shows at the right one. We consider the human landscape interaction as the base of everything. So you have outcomes, and the value mapping is as how to visualize, how you can see and analyze the outcomes. And the method we choose is public participatory GIS. In general, it firstly, when you do the registration, you input some of the demographic information, but it's super general. It doesn't concern about your very personal information. And then you have 4 levels, like the local level, regional level, national level, and world level. It's about where you like. So firstly, you map where you like near where you stay is local level. And the regional level, the scale gets bigger, and the national level, the worldwide level. That's how we get more information. And as you can see, now it asks you to map the polygons, but in the previous version, it's about the pinpoint. So pick out the points where you are interested in. These are 2 different types. And then it's a questionnaire. I think it's relatively simple because there's only one scaling about how much you appreciate that area. And then it's an open question, describe why it's specific, attractive and valuable for you. So we can do the linguistic analysis and we can have codes from them. But this shorter than doing the real interview. And then about activities you did there. So in general, we process data. Firstly, the spatial data. We get the spatial distribution of appreciated areas. And then we analyze the linguistic expressions. So we have 2 indicators. One indicator is from the word frequency, about average per person, how many words you use, and the most frequent one and the least frequent ones. And then we do the contextual analysis, the discourse analysis, because as we said, everything is based on the interactions. So we need to put the word back to the sentences. We did case studies in 3 countries, and the first one is in Italy. So you can see the map. We mapped out the national markers on the island of Sicily. And the word frequency analysis of Sicily shows us the right. These are the most frequent words. And put it back in the context, you see where the word sea lies in the sentence. The Sea of Sicily, sea and beautiful landscapes, the beautiful sea near the sea. So you know the advantage of an island compared to the mainland. Then we put the word back to the context. These are the longest codes from the island of Sicily. Then you could tell there are lots of description on the nature. And you can see fewer tourists and intact and uncontaminated, which means this area is not very disturbed by human activities, not about the built-in area. And also from the first one and second one, you can see the difference. The first person considers himself as a very one-time tourist, but the second one has lived there for many years, born and grew up there, but they share the same appreciation as that area. And you cannot say, okay, I stayed short time, so my connection there is less than people who stayed more time there. I think feelings are not comparable. And the international comparison, one shortcoming is it's due to the translation. So we did ask help from other colleagues, and here you can see the indicators of all these quantitative and qualitative analysis from their linguistic expression. And my title is quoted from the last one. The most deafening silence you can hear in Sicily. I think it's a very beautiful description. And for my future research, I want to do some theoretical analysis about multi-level governance, and I want to promote tourists as a key player because they're not only consumers, they can also contribute in the innovation strategies and also to be entrepreneurship there to contribute to the economy from the owner's perspective. And also we want to develop public participatory GIS into another platform which is called Green Mapper Friends, that connects fans of that area with landowners who actually have power to decide how to construct that area. And this is my research field. These are the North Sea regions, but I mainly focus on 5 islands on them. So in the future, we can do more international studies and to perhaps urban-rural comparisons, because public participatory is also applied to urban green studies. And right now we're doing the rural island studies. So I'm very curious, what advantages such public participatory tool can bring in the future. So this is my brief.
You were in time. Thank you so much. Any questions? Or Julia?
Yes, I have a question. The goal, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting. The goal of the questionnaire was to identify these points there were locals, or it was in general people that have an interest in those case studies, and they put points of touristic importance, or it was free?
It was free. You can just say whenever it's an online platform. You can choose when to do that. So we have data from a comparatively longer periods, and also you are free to. You have a circle. So, for instance, if it's when you put your zip code, then we identify which part is the local skill. So on the first stage, you mark the local skill. Perhaps there's no tourist site nearby, but you can say, okay, I enjoy this park and it's right next to my place. Then you mark this place by polygon. Right now it's by polygons, but in the past it's by the pinpoint.
There are questions? So we can go on to the next speaker. Thank you so much. And the next speaker is Dimitris Ballas. And we will speak about does living on an island make you happier? I really hope so.
Yeah. What do you think? Does it? How many people think living on an island make you happier?
All of us.
But
What?
we are biased.
What is
We are
it?
biased.
We live on an island.
What about any island? If you live in Svalbard, near the North Pole, Norway, or have you seen? There are quite a few Italians here. You know the movie Quo Vando? It's a comedy.
Yes.
Where they send this civil servant to an Italian research center somewhere in North Pole to make him unhappy and make him resign. So that's that's some food for thought. So thank you so much, Chiara, and I'd like to say thanks to Chiara and her colleagues for organizing that session, and also to the organizers, Anastasia Strategia and her colleagues at the university here for a fantastic conference. I'm delighted to be here. It's fantastic that we can meet in person again, although hello to the virtual room as well. I'm going to talk about a topic that cuts across 2 themes of my research. Well, I've been doing a lot of work on happiness and well-being. So I'm a professor of economic geography at the University of Groningen, and I have been doing a lot of work on whether geography matters when it comes to happiness. So does it matter where you live, or is it more about your personal characteristics, how much money you have, your friends, personal relationships, or is it both? What are the interactions? I have also done some work on islands from an economic geography perspective, and looking at amenities and quality of life and social and special inequalities, and a lot of it relating to some of the presentations today on over-tourism and pressure on local communities. And this work, and also I worked at the University of the Aegean, also lived on an island on Lesbos for some time. And that also inspired me to do more on islands. And I would like to also mention here that this paper is relevant to a new initiative, an idea that was conceptualized by colleagues at the University of the Aegean, where I worked there. I was part of a team that went for a proposal for a research and international master's program on islands, led by Thanasis Kizos, a professor of rural geography on Lesbos. It wasn't successful, but then when I left Lesbos and I went to Groningen, we continued the conversation, and I led an effort to repackage it from Groningen, which is not an island, but with island collaboration. So I have I take the opportunity to shamelessly do some advertising of that. We have scholarships, and that's the right crowd to do so. Please spread the word. I have some leaflets here. Apologies to the virtual crowd, but you can follow the website. So this is part of the program. The Islands program is a research master's program, so I hope that there will be a lot of research on happiness and islands. And this is a collaboration of 4 universities, core partners, Groningen, Aegean University, Iceland, Gran Canaria. Yeah.
I'm also social media manager, so,
I also did a post on LinkedIn just earlier on for that session. So I'd like to also say here, because given the work people in this room and the virtual room do, we also look for partners and also associated partners. So we have students who do internships. If you want some good students to work on a project, we have scholarships, so they're keen to do that. So please do not hesitate to get in touch. It's a very exciting new program, and we also have associate partners that if you are interested in joining the effort, please get in touch. So the paper, as I said, is about islands and happiness. We did ask you half jokingly if living on an island makes you happy. I will very briefly give you a bit of background on this work. Some of you may be familiar. There is a new field in the social sciences known as the science of happiness, the economics of happiness, the spatial economics of happiness, I would say. That's what I'm trying to do. So a key question there is, does geography matter when it comes to happiness? Does it matter where you live? It probably does. If it does, can we quantify how much? So if you live in a nice area of Athens, how much money would you need to be paid to go to a worse area to offset your happiness detriment from moving somewhere else? So that's the kind of work economic geographers do when it comes to happiness, adding to the economics of happiness, trying to determine whether where you live has a statistically significant impact on how you feel. And then if it does, how does it compare to having more friends or more money or whatever else it might affect our happiness? And to that end, being on an island is also a geographical consideration. So being on an island, living on an island, islands are special. How much does it matter? And this is the good or a bad thing. So I will give you a brief overview of the field, and then I will show you some really preliminary results. This is an ongoing starting work on using data on islands. I have some data from European Social Survey, and I have some very preliminary results that I will show you towards the end. So islands, I have that slide to convince people who are not familiar with islands, but most people in this room, all people in this room are convinced that islands are important and unique, and this is worth doing. I would say islands are very interesting also from a social science perspective to look at. Maybe not a nice word, laboratories, people are not guinea pigs, but it's like you can test ideas on islands and see, and then translate them in bigger areas and check interactions. So for example, earlier on, the over-tourism paper, really important work, the strains, the tensions at the local level. These things are also relevant in the cities, but on an island, you have a better control of what matters and experimenting with what-if scenarios. But with regards to islands, another question that comes to mind also when we discuss happiness is there something particular that makes islands Icelandic? So being on an island has some magic, perhaps, something in the psyche of people. What is it? So that's something we also can engage with anthropology there. So there are particular features on islands that are also typical in other areas, like mountainous areas, for example. But the key thing for islands is that are surrounded by water. There is a lot of literature. My good colleague and friend, Thanasis Kizos at the University of the Aegean, has been doing fantastic work on this. There are some papers listed in our paper. You can find it in the proceedings. And we engage with this idea and the idea of islanders, and are they special, in what sense? Who is an islander also? My maternal grandparents come from an island called Chios in the Eastern Aegean. I never lived there, but I went there nearly all summers of my life and consider myself an islander as well. Do I count as an islander? I don't know, but that's also very relevant to the project that Yuyao is working on, tourists and having ownership of the island. If you go to the island all the time, you are a tourist, but are you really? You also feel ownership of the place. So going to very briefly, the happiness literature, there is a lot of work by geographers and economists looking at what things are important. We can agree that it's nice to have green spaces, blue spaces, urban amenities, good quality health, education, that you have a government that is not going to go bankrupt, that you have a tolerant environment, socially tolerant environment, and so on. So all these things have been analyzed and mapped by geographers, including myself. And here I will show you some visualizations before I move on to the happiness. Part of my work also involves using geographical information systems and visualizing information in different unconventional ways. So with human cartography, we can resize every area according to the variable of interest. And one of these is happiness. So this is a map of Europe resized by how many very happy people there are there. And the color codes are relating to the European Union and association with the European Union. It's an effort to map Europe as one place. And I'd like to joke here that as an expert in this field, I chose the Netherlands because it's one of the happiest countries in Europe and the world. You can see here, the Netherlands is nearly as big as Germany, because there are very many happy people in the Netherlands, as many as Germans. So even though Germany is a bigger country, for some reason, any Germans in the room? I'm not going to get into trouble then, I think. For some reason, they say they're not happy in these surveys. So you have this is an example of how you map happiness at the country level. Then the next question is to what extent why the Netherlands is happy and why not Germany? What are the factors? Why living on an island makes you happy? What are the factors that do that? So there are efforts also by economists to map happiness through the day. You can, with this session, Smart Islands, you can think of developing an app and checking, how, so people are waking up. If I'm me, I have an espresso, I get a bit happier. Then you go to the island session, then it gets a bit long. There's this funny professor who speaks about happiness, and it's a bit boring and you want to go for lunch, so you're not very happy. So I will not get very long. But that's an example of how you do it, and also a flavor of what economists do. They look at regression models of what people have, what they do. This is from a study in Texas. Having sex is on top of the list, followed by socializing after work, dinner. In the bottom, you have morning commute, working. And also you can see who you do things with, who you interact with. Number one is being with friends, relatives, and as you can see, most people would rather be alone than interact with their boss. So again, you can think of that in an island again, perhaps. What do you do? How can we analyze that? There's some problem with that slide. But basically here I have the summary of all the things that you need to control in an econometric model with regards to happiness. So we have friends, income, how old we are, and increasingly we add geography, how far you live from green space. And what I'm trying to do here is islands as well. Being on an island, what type of island? Looking at the weather. So this is rain in Europe. Being on an Iceland as happy as being on a Greek island or Sardinia? Everybody said, is it really? I don't know, but the weather plays a role. This is how much rain falls on land across Europe. And I'm playing around with the cartography. This is how much rain falls on people's heads. So we resize every square kilometer according to how many people they live there. And you can see the more Athens here, a lot of sun, a lot of people there. Iceland, a lot of rain, but not that many people are there. So just playing around with some visualizations to show you some information before we move to islands. So island-specific things that we can map. include volcanic activity, seismic activity, glaciers. We're working on that also as part of the Islands program. And this also links to the impact on environmental variables. I think I have 5 minutes more. Yeah. Just, No, I'm just conscious. Sorry, I can go on forever. So I'm just. I think I have another 6 minutes or so. So very briefly here, there is literature on what the environment means for happiness. So being in a green area, clearly, intuitively, you would argue it helps, but you don't necessarily need to be in the middle of a green area. As long as you can escape, so you can be in a very vibrant city like Athens, as long as you can take the train and go in 20 minutes in a really nice area, then it could be really okay. You don't need to be in the green area. But this is lively debate. We don't know. The same with blue zones, being near the sea, being on an island, you have an advantage there. So there is a wealth of literature that helps us also build on that and consider islands. So I have some material there for those of you who might be interested in following up more. Also, another thing that is important is cultural and linguistic issues. It has been discussed in the sessions about the cultural values of local people. One thing, between countries, it is suggested that French people, any French people in the room probably, no? I think it's all Italians and Greeks is mostly in the room. But in different languages and different cultures, you may be less likely to say I'm happy. So it has been suggested that Americans are more likely to say they're happy, French and Japanese less likely so. And even within countries, in where I live in the Groningen, in the north of the Netherlands, if one of the first words I learned is the expression kon minder, which means it could be worse. But if someone in Groningen tells you that, it means they're very happy. So it's a linguistic and cultural issue we also need to consider. And with islands, even within islands, it is a possibility to explore. So the questions that I'm exploring with colleagues in this paper, with Richard Rinks, we are starting an investigation with secondary data, building on previous work. Richard, my co-author, is also has done a lot of work on happiness, but not islands yet. This is the first effort. So we look at what makes people happy, what is the environmental impact, also things like social comparison, social cohesion, inequality. And on islands, can we say that being on an island has an impact? How big? Does it depend on an island? Does it matter which island? And there is a wealth of literature on increasingly with methodological tools that allow us to do that, building on previous work. We can consider secondary data and explore the extent to which happiness can be attributed to a place, an island, the region, the Dodecanese region as a whole, what you have in other islands, the country, the continent, the world, and so on. So using the European Social Survey, we have a regression model of happiness, very basic preliminary results. I'm going to show you now. We're building on that, and we are also considering additional surveys. But the idea basically is to control for everything that the literature says that is important with regards to happiness, as many things as we can find in the survey. So gender, education, income, age group, and anything, other things that you could argue that someone is not happy because they're on an island, but because they have a lot of money or because they have trust in the institution. So we include everything we can at that stage, and then we have a dummy variable whether living on an island takes a value of 1, and if not 0. And we start with Greece, which is a key country with islands in Europe. And in addition to the economic importance of islands in this country, it's also, I would say, islands are part of our culture. And you probably guessed already, I did say I'm working at the University of Groningen, but I was born in Athens. And as you can tell from my accent and name, I'm originally from Greece. So I feel also very passionate about that topic. So looking at just Greece with the European Social Survey and controlling for everything that we know matters for happiness, we do find that living on an island has a positive, statistically significant impact on happiness. So it does matter, but that's really preliminary. We need to also explore in more detail different types of islands. So Mykonos came across in previous presentations. which is an interesting island, but it's very, very different, even within a country, within the Aegean Sea, it's very different from an island like Ikaria, which has the highest life expectancy in the world, together with Okinawa. So is it really an island? It's a type of island. What and why, if Ikaria is important, why is it important? So one of the things that we have as a high priority to explore further is building on previous work is the social environment and inequality and social cohesion. So you could argue that Mykonos as a good example for the contrast here, so highlighting inequalities. It's an island where people are competing for status symbol. You have status anxiety, social status. They want to show off. Ikaria, I haven't been there yet, but from what I read is the exact opposite. It's more laid back. And different islands have different cultural values that also, and social cohesion attributes that would relate as I'd like to use the term social weather. So you have the rain, but you can also have social rain. The type of environment you have. If you see homeless people in Athens, that makes you suffer, most people. That's social environment is, you need, humans are really, you have empathy. So if you are an island that is everything, social cohesion is strong, and islands are known for that, that's good for happiness. So that's something we explore, also building with the literature. So I have both Adam Smith and Karl Marx both highlighted the importance of inequality. So this is a starting point for further investigations. Work by social epidemiologists also highlight how living in unequal communities is detrimental for happiness. Looking at countries, and they consider income inequality as a social weather variable, I would argue. And that's very interesting to explore with islands, and something I wish to do. And so that builds on previous work on happiness, inequality. And with regards to islands, I have been doing some work from an economic geography perspective, clustering islands in Greece and Britain, for example. My colleagues in Aegean also have done a lot of work on accessibility. So the next thing in the agenda is to consider different types of islands and happiness. Does it matter if you are in a small island, remote, not remote? Does it matter how accessible it is, how easily, even if it's remote, if you can easily get away and go to Athens to go to the theater or go to the music hall? Does this make a difference, and why? And interestingly enough, as it has been suggested in the island literature, islands survive paradoxically, because of the ability to be able to live them. If you were told that you are on the island, it's great, but you cannot live there for 5 years, you might say, okay, I'd rather live in a bigger place. But if you know that you can go, even if you don't, just psychologically, that plays a role. So that's another thing we are exploring. So there's a lot of work to build on, clustering, different islands, different typologies. And I think I should stop here. I think my time is up, and yeah, I know, but people are, but I'm very happy to discuss further if there is time or over lunch, and please feel free to take one of these leaflets and spread the word. Thank you very much.
Wonderful presentation. And I have just 2 points to underline. The first one is that for you it was really convenient to quote the Greek island with the Sardinian island, because this room there are half people from Sardinia. And the second one, Sardinia is also a good competitor, because so in Sardinia there are more people that are more than 100 years, and they are really happy to stay there, and we are really known in all Italy for this kind of things. So, but we can also do some project together, so why not? And there are any questions? No, maybe during the lunch, because we have the last but not the least presenter is we can go on the next speak. Thank you so much. During the lunch I have many questions to do. Okay. Also because I'm doing 14 years, I'm specialized in smart cities topics, but finally the cities, like the island or the territory, are not guided only with the technology, but there are people, and the people must be must be happy, must be fun to live in this territory. So it's also my last topic of my research. So I really find your presentation really interesting. So I'm sorry, I have to close. So the next speaker is Ali Zara Ali Beji. No, I'm sorry. No.
I'm Ali Reza Ali Beji.
Okay.
Sorry, it's difficult to hear.
Okay. And we will speak about the environmental and economic analysis of using recycled concrete aggregates in composite street concrete slabs. Okay. So the process is yours.
Open it or with PDF.
But yes, some link to the PowerPoint presentation.
Some?
Links to video. I don't know if they
If they
moving.
open with PDF. I think they will. Or with the other.
We can try.
Because
Okay,
with,
for saving time,
with
if you want,
this,
I can
when
start.
you do search,
Okay.
it's not working.
Yeah. First of all, I'm so sorry for delay, and I want to thank you, Chiara, and are your colleagues for managing this presentation and this conference. My name is Ali Reza Ali Beji. I'm from Iran, and I'm here student in Cagliari University in Italy.
And try with
no problem.
PDF file.
Please. Okay. I'm honored to present our research team paper. Our paper title is Environmental and Economic Analysis of Using Recycled Concrete Aggregates in Composite Steel Concrete Slabs. As you can see in right of this picture, mines for product recycled aggregates, and the motivation for our paper was consumption of natural aggregates and environmental impacts of concrete buildings, and we wanted to use recycled aggregates in new concretes and especially in concrete slabs. Not related to another motivations for our paper, some advantages related to composite slabs, as you can see in pictures. Some advantages like increasing strength and stiffness, improving fire resistance, and faster and easier installation in the buildings, and reduce environmental impacts. In conclusion, use of composite slabs with concrete recycled aggregates represented a promising strategy to reduce construction environmental impacts. This is an animation, and sorry, I cannot show you now in PDF file. One of the problem for composite slabs are bonding problem between metal sheets and concrete. And this is related to our work in new research in our laboratory, but I cannot show you. Okay, purpose of this paper that we worked before, we developed a model in Excel, and for developing this model, we worked according to Eurocode 4 and NTC 18 standards. And our purpose was using concrete with recycled aggregates to composite slabs, and the investigation of environmental and economic impacts. And we investigated on several composite slabs with several spans, 2.5 meter up to 8 meter, and different loads that I will show you in the next slide, and several mixed design with 30, 50, and 100% replacement of recycled aggregates instead of natural aggregates. Okay, these tables are related to some literature papers that you can see the reference. We use some results related to carbon dioxide product for each material that we use in our concrete, for example, cements, natural coarse aggregate, natural fine aggregate, and like this, and also the cost for each material. Okay, we investigated some loads with several spans, as you see in this slide. The loads 2, 4, and 6 kilonewton per square meter, and several spans. Related to results, the first result is related to a load 2 kilonewton per square meter for several spans, and you can see in the horizontal axis the spans, and in vertical axis kilogram carbon dioxide per square meter. And you can see the increasing trend with increasing the spans. This is generally logical, but the interesting issue here is decreasing the CO2 emission when we're using more recycled concrete aggregates. For example, in span 7, you can see the decreasing trend when we use the yellow. I speak about the yellow one. That when we use 100% recycled concrete aggregates in our slabs, we have less CO2 emission for environment. The next chart is related to 4 kilonewton loads, and also the same trend, increasing trend with increasing the spans, and reducing trend in each spans with using more recycled aggregates. And next chart is related to 6 kilonewton. Okay, here we have a chart related to saving carbon dioxide. And this is related to span 5.5 meter. And as you see here, the replacement percentage 100% recycled aggregate instead of natural aggregates. We have more saving CO2 emission, and this is very useful for environment. Okay, the results are related to economic impacts. Here we have also a graph related to 2 kilonewton load, and with several spans. This is logical. We have increasing trend with increasing the spans, but the interesting things is that in each spans we don't have very increasing or decreasing trend for several replacement of recycled aggregates, and it's the same. The cost is the same. Also, we have this result for 4 kilonewton, and also for 6 kilonewton. And I understand you are tired, and I'm trying to summarize my presentation. Okay, in conclusion, recycled aggregates can be used in structural concrete even at high percentage of replacement with natural aggregates, for example, 100% that we work now in laboratory on this research for composite slabs also. And reducing carbon dioxide emission without increasing construction costs was another conclusion for our research. And with regards to sustainable development, using recycled aggregates in concrete for structural purposes reduces carbon dioxide emission by more than 10 kilograms per square meter, which could lead to significant benefits in large scales, also for large buildings, large structural. Thank you for your attention. It was my presentation. If you have any question. You're welcome.
So we can close this session.
Okay.
I really thank all the speakers or participants. And now all of us we can go to lunch.